pull up a chair. Conversation starts here. Play a talk radio. We're gamers, creators, and real conversations always have a home. Take a seat. Slow your thoughts. Let's chew on something worth thinking about. Welcome to Mental Chewing Gum. To Mental Chewing Gum. To Mental Chewing Gum. seat. Slow your thoughts. Let's chew on something worth thinking about.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the Manosphere. Let's go! DJ Cuda. Let's go. Let's go.
What if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the Manosphere. Let's go! DJ Cuda. Let's go. Let's go.
Bump my head and fell off top and run on sins and friend on friend. If we don't win and pay your ties and man your fins and we alright and KO kins and big old rims and LA homes. If that ain't wrong, if I ain't gone, I ain't home, I ain't them. No more ends and no more trends and photo 10 and photo lens. Notice this, POTA shit, bonafide, woe is me, bowl of grits, naked pimp, beaming up, clean as fuck. Other side, chill for niggas, making life look clear for niggas, hill for niggas, tip top cliff for niggas, this the bitches, side to side, some gifted niggas. If we honest, you gon' miss a nigga, twisted with them, this the ism. See your bitch might kiss a nigga, which a nigga, get specific. Big ass pot, wrist is missing, yo, listen shit, and yo, if it isn't, this cause some titties and scar your face. The wrong of wrongs is caught a case. Or if niggas didn't mob like Carter say, from far away, all my niggas like, calm down. Love a life above a reason, just can't find it like a dozen people. Catch that vibe at night and buy the wit and get too tired to write and died in prison, felt like robbed tonight. Lost my guy tonight.
Oh, sometimes I get so ahead of myself. Feel like I'm running in circles. Oh, and I'm just holding on to my breath. I need smoke just to wait. Oh, and I get so ahead of myself. But I make it out somehow. So roll another one.
How many souls do you touch a day? How many hoes do you fuck a day? How many flow do you thought convey? How many know you can't walk away? Depending on the way I feel, I might kill everybody around me. Might heal everybody around me. How the wind blow, open your window. Let the debris in, never let me in. Night kick back with kick though. Maybe if I could live 100, yeah, that'd be real. Pay me if I'ma be rhyming these, I'm a them. Crazy my other show went to my mama them. My daddy said a Mercedes and haunted him, but I ain't got one. I'm riding shotgun with a 3-piece chicken dinner and shotgun. I bring your weekend to an ending and pop one. I'm on the deep end boss, nigga, you're not one. And I believe in Kool-Aid and Godson. Do you believe that black man is our son? I made enough residuals to hide some. I gave enough, my niggas know I divide some. I told Zay I'm the best rapper since 25. Been like that for a while now, I'm 29. Any nigga that disagree is a fucking lie. Part of me see my alter ego with Gemini, him and I've been around ever since Reagan would criticize. Might stay in the Trump Tower for 1 week. Spray paint all the wall and smoke weed. Fuck them and fuck y'all and fuck me. I proceed my last check and proceeds to all the keys, the hood, the bricks, the books, to fix the blocks we own, to right my wrong, the word to give, the life I live as I get.
So ahead of myself. Feel like I'm running in circles. Oh, and I'm just holding on to my breath. I need smoke just to wait. Oh, and I get so ahead of myself. But I make it out somehow. So roll another one, let them
Love me for the moment, hug me like your sibling. We ain't that important. Vice cops in the kitchen. Grew with Apollonia. Ride was making chicken. Beat me down, you beat me down. Reorganize my face. Now when I go home, I don't know what my fam gon' say. Say it ain't luck, cause you raw flowers just a date. Thoughts was always cheap, but now let's talk about me. Lately I've been going, this ain't going how I want it. When I pull up at your window, bitch come out, you hear that beep. Faithful as your EBT, closer than your mama can. Hang up when you bring up, I'm a dog, but I'm gon' call again. Freak me out, keep me out, why they always leave me out? Niggas that been hating, just can't wait to have my CD now. Don't we look like CP and Nirvana on that keep me pound? Please be down, I've been more than late.
Sometimes I get so ahead of myself. Feel like I'm running in circles. Oh, and I'm just holding on to my breath. I need smoke just to rest. Oh, and I get so ahead of myself. But I make it out somehow. So roll another one up and put it all in the end.
Okay, let me tell you this story, man. A few years ago, I gave my pops Sylvia demo, and my pop said he listened to it for about a week, came back to me, said, Dave boy, what? They talking about he gonna run up in somebody's house. he talking about you?
PM in Sephora. Everybody wears a different face. Perfume floating through the silence, like memories you can't replace. Watching colors catch the sunlight. Every mirror tells a lie. Somewhere laughter fills the hallway, while another hour passes by. Nothing really stays, but everything remains. 3 p.m. in Sephora. Time slows underneath the lights, and everybody's searching, everybody's shining, everybody disappearing into white. Shopping bags and soft reflections, conversations drift away. Every stranger has a story. No one says, but all display. Maybe beauty isn't perfect. Maybe moments never leave. Maybe every ordinary afternoon is all we'll ever need. between the life we're living now and every life we've never seen. Free and it's so far out. Free, and it's so far out. Free, and it's so far out.
What up, fitness fam? Tired of feeling like a stretched out yoga mat after leg day? Meet Hemp for Fitness, your new best. What up, fitness fam? Tired of feeling like a stretched out yoga mat after leg day? Meet Hemp for Fitness, your new best friend in recovery. Whether you're chasing gains in the gym, chasing relaxation after a long day, or chasing that beautiful woman on the treadmill
What's the matter, Daddy?
that somehow still has enough energy to do cardio for 45 minutes straight.
Damn.
Hemp for Fitness has you covered. CBD gummies, recovery sticks, muscle creams, relaxation capsules, and nighttime tinctures. Even wellness products that might turn date night into an all-star performance.
Bust all in there.
Yeah, they got that too. And guess what? Use coupon code T-210 and get 10% off your order. And if you mention Cuda, you'll score 2 free gifts with your order.
Damn, boy.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
And listen, no mailbox is safe in America because Hemp for Fitness ships nationwide,
To this day.
including Hawaii.
To this day.
Oh, and keep your eyes peeled because if you see LT Man in the chat, that might be your lucky day. Specialized orders, exclusive deals, product recommendation, custom help. If you know, you know. So if you see him in the chat, oh yeah, make sure you hit him up. So don't just stretch, thrive. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com and thank me later.
Thank you.
Let's get it. Let's go.
Raul.
And let's get back to the show. Oh my goodness. Air One Play 5 got me back here laughing. You said him slanging dope. What's going on, Chris G? Shout outs to And One Play 5. Shout outs to Vader in the building. Shout outs to UFO. Kamikaze. And here comes LT Man in the building. Oh man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yes, sir. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. LT Man said, "What's going on, Gail? Good to see you." Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I gotta start going live at 4:03 in the morning all the time. Shit. At this point, shout outs to everybody here. And shout outs to Hood Conservative and Truth Only. Hold on. Damn, I cannot find it. Hold on. Lord have mercy. Hold on. Shout outs to Hood Conservative and Truth Only, if I can find this gem. All right, now my computer's at everything is acting slow today. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Hold on real quick. Shout outs to Hood if this shit will come up. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. Everything waits till I go live to start acting stupid. Hold up. Now I can't. Now it's not working. Now everything is slow. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me, because this shit is ridiculous. You said I just turned on the phone and YouTube. I was taking a cruise to the rim shop. I see you. Oh man, as always, man. Yes, sir. Hold on. I wanted to share something to start today's show off, but like everything, shit always have to fuck up as soon as I go live. Hold on. Let me try one more time if I can find it. All right, anyway, let me start today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. I'll find it. I was gonna say shout outs to Hood Servative and shout outs to Hood Servative and Truth Only for this gem. But give me 1 second. But we live. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Let me get my goddamn show back in order. Hold up. Please hit the like button, guys. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Let's go. All right, so we got the debate here with Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. You know, a lot of people, they commented on it. I didn't really get to see it. I didn't know it was going to happen. And we got a lot of topics and stuff to cover. You know what I'm saying? Airwell Play 5 killing me, man. Got a lot of topics to cover. All right, hold on. Let me see if you guys hit the poll already. All right, 67% says all of the above. Okay, yeah, we got Candace versus Andrew and FBA, you know, damn near versus everybody, man. And shout outs to my real FBAs, you know, the ones that rock with the show and the ones that tune in. You know what I'm saying? Mad love for the real FBAs. Make sure y'all don't get caught up in this bullshit, because they're not representing y'all the way they should be, and they sending y'all into a horrible, you know, fucked up patch. You know what I'm saying? And all, you know, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta be original. You know, I'm not trying to hear, oh, we're authentic and all this other stuff, and then I catch you repeating Tariq Nasheed. I catch you repeating Tariq Nasheed. That's not gonna do it. If I catch you repeating Tariq Nasheed, you're done ski. And shout outs to Flex, because I know why Flex do what he do. But why are you doing it? You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of truth. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of truth. There are a lot of people, you know, that, you know, come here and undermine and all this other, you know, goofy shit and say all this other stuff. I'm not that type of person. You know, and I'm well read and I know my history. But what we're not gonna do is run around and say, oh, this person is cosplaying or that person is cosplaying and all this other shit. And you don't know your history, because there's so many people in this Black Manosphere and in Black YouTube that I can just it's too easy. What's going on, party? Good to see you, man. Look, FBA in the building right here. There's so many people, and listen, I'm not even mad at any FBA. There's no way on God's green earth I could get mad at a real FBA. My thing is this. Hold on, let me pull the chat up. God damn, I'm still setting up the show. My thing is this. It's the content creators for the most part. It's really the content creators. It's not even, and then there's a couple of people, you know what I'm saying, in these chats and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you for sharing that video too, UFO Kamikaze. I watched a lot of it with Michi X. Yeah, she was cooking a couple of the FBA agents and stuff. But this is the thing. I don't want to hear the cosplay. Like, there's so many, like, a lot of stuff can be debunked. You know, I think a lot of it is a lot of them going after soft targets and punching down. And like I said, like shout outs to Party. Me and Party talked about this with Party, a real FBA. Right? Let me give y'all the game. The whole cosplaying argument, right? That can be shut down with, okay, especially these content creators. Because that's the people I will go at. I will go after the content creators. You know? I feel you, Party. And Party, I got some stuff to run by you, man. I'm glad to see you here, man. You know, I've been shouting you out. We've been looking for you. I'm like, man, where Party at? You know, there's so many stuff that we talked about, you know. I got you. I'll put you back in the loop. But no, you know, the Diaspora Wars are taking off and stuff like that. And a lot of shit is going on. And it's these goofy content creators. And it's like, you know, it's like, it's crazy because it's like, don't sit here and talk about no goddamn cosplaying. And talk about how people, you know, cosplay as FBA. Some people do. I'm not even gonna hold you. But like some people personally can't run that Tariq Nasheed talking point. When I seen you cosplaying as NOI. You know what I'm saying? I seen you cosplay as NOI. I seen some of y'all cosplay as Fruit of Islam. I seen some of y'all cosplay as Black Hebrews and Black Israelites, Hebrew Israelites. I seen y'all cosplay as Egyptians and all this other stuff and make money. I'm talking about the Sonettas of the world. I'm talking about the Sarah Suit and Setis. And I don't got a problem with anybody, you know, doing their research and realizing that they FBAs, but these are the same people they would fight you and tell you that they were African. These are the same people that made money off of African literature. These are the same people that publicly identified as African. These or you know, African lineage. These are the same people that, you know what I'm saying? So if we're playing by the rules, you understand what I'm saying? If we're playing by the rules, then, you know, we're you know, I'm gonna go off of FBA criteria. You understand what I'm saying? It's too easy. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's like, okay, what did you identify as before Tariq Nasheed? What's going on? What's going on, JR? What did you identify as before? You know what I'm saying? And they purged their page, and it's like, no, you can't run that talk because we've seen y'all make money off of the Hotep shit. So it's like now when these people go live and they like fuck Africa and all this other shit and blah blah blah, it's like wow. I'm not telling you to go to Africa. I'm not calling you African. I'm not saying none of that shit, but it's like, god damn. Shit. You know, that Africa is that's a strong stance there, my boy. I seen Fawcett Media. I'm like, where are all of these FBAs coming from, and how comes all of them are content creators? Because the real ones I know, they don't create content. And I was telling you about my bro, you know, real FBA cat. Tried to get him on the show a couple of times. He's like, nah, it ain't my thing, man. I respect it. I'm like, you know, damn, you know, I'm like, man, if you real, what's going on, Third Ward? I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, well, the real FBAs need to speak up about this because that's not a hill to die on. You know what I'm saying? Rep your lineage right. You know, I get it. Rep your lineage right, but that's not the hill to die on, my boy. You know, and as a group of people that been through a lot of shit, they don't need to have that public image on the internet, cutting them off from like the world and the resources and all that other stuff. And FBAs don't think like that. You know? And Michi X kind of talked about it too. And I'm like, okay, so, you know, I'm glad individually we're all coming to this, you know, this consensus. You know, a lot of people and a couple of the FBAs that I seen that went live, it was talking about it. You know, Michi X as an FBA, that's dope that she came to the same consensus. She like, yo, you know. But popularity is a motherfucker, man. Popularity is a motherfucker. Y'all said Candy cooked them. You said hoax teps, man. It's crazy. You know? Yeah, I mean, you know, my thing is that I don't like the xenophobia. You know, shout outs to LT man in the building. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, party. All of it is counterproductive, you know? All of it is counterproductive. You know? You said they don't like us, Cuda. I know a lot of people, you know, I understand the stance, you know? Like I said, I rode for the cause. You know, but it doesn't warrant xenophobia. And then they are going after, and it's funny. I find the Tariq Nasheed shows funny, you know, because there's always some goofy, you know, African or tether or whatever, you know, that's gonna, that's gonna be ignorant and stuff like that. And for some reason, that's who Tariq Nasheed finds. You know, that's who Tariq Nasheed finds. You know, and of course, you know, if you're not from if you're not from America, it is going to be goofy for them to speak on certain things or their observation of certain things. But I'm talking about the ones that like live in America. I'm talking about the ones that were born in America, grew up in America, that's American and stuff like that. Them the ones you need to talk about. You know, them the ones you need to talk to, you know, them the ones, you know, that I'm not going to say they fully have a say on anything, but them the ones that, you know, them the ones that should be, you know, if you're going to be talking to anybody, them the ones that's going to, you know, them the ones that I think that should be, you know, speaking, if anything. You know, so a lot of the, you know, a lot of them are soft targets. You know, but it is funny. You know, it you know, content is content. You know, so that's why I said I'm going to go at the content creators. And, you know, I mean, you guys as the audience members, I get it. But, you know, it's different here. You know, I'm behind the scenes, you know. So, you know, y'all got to respect, you know, I respect the things that y'all see. But, you know, me being behind the scenes and taking a certain stance, that's already me. That's already factored in. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm looking out for y'all on the back end. And then, you know, at the same time, too, you know, I'm looking out. You know, I'm looking at the fraudulent moves that a lot of these content creators are making.
Some of these guys don't remember. We've been watching them for a long time. It's like, bro, no, nigga, you was a hotep. You was a hotep, you know? You know? Third Ward said, salute, DJ Cuda. I identify myself as a Texas barbecue empanada. Right, man. Shit. All right. Y'all please hit the like button. Please support the show. Please support the show. All right, let me get y'all comments out the way. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me acknowledge the comments and let's get this show on the road, man. Please hit the like button, please hit the Cash App, please support the show. We are far behind on the support. Let's keep the show going. Much love and appreciation to all the supporters. You guys make the world go round, all right? We being taxed left and right, y'all. All right? You said only question that matters in all this is where your grandma stay, where your great grandma buried, no follow-ups, right? And I mean, I get it. I mean, you know, you got people that they don't have current ancestors walking around in Africa today. I mean, I get that. You know, I get what people, you know, where people are coming from. But some of these stances is too easy. You know? You said niggas with no true sense of selves always looking for a group or organization to identify with. Pathetic. Yeah. And like the what you call it? What's going on, cool man? Cool man? And that's something that's never been talked about, how the identity problems and the identity problems in the black community. You know what I'm saying? You said Hoteps. I think you meant stay talking about 500 years ago. FBA ain't directing the youngins to the money. You said we'll have them quit calling us Akatas. You know what? I'm half Nigerian and I've never heard a Nigerian call anybody an Akata. And the person that I had to learn that word from was my mother as a kid. And my mother's Jamaican, and she was talking to me about how some Nigerians undermined everybody. They call everybody a kata, honestly. I'll hold you. I'm not even gonna hold you. Everybody, even Nigerians, get called a kata. You know what I'm saying? Now that doesn't make it right, but if you travel and you go anywhere, like the word like where I'm at is called farang or farang. You know, they call it farang. And everybody get called farang. It's a term and it's a slur for foreigners, and it depends on the context that it's used in. Now, when my mother told me about the word akata, she was like akata. I'm like, Jamaican. I'm like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? But she was telling me how it was used as a slang, and I was like, well, I never heard of it, and even growing up, I never heard of it, and I hung around Nigerians and all kinds of stuff. Never heard it. Never heard of it, And before you say it, foundational black akatas is not. Don't do that. Don't do that.
What's the matter, Daddy?
But I've never heard it. I never heard it, and honestly, that's something that was said in like the 90s and stuff like that. And maybe early 2000s. Yeah, and they'll watch her too. And let me tell you something, to tell you the truth, because YouTube's algorithm is goofy. Like it'll share some of your videos to your followers to try to attract newcomers. But honestly, if you're she's actually smart, because if you're unsubscribed from her and you keep watching her videos, it's gonna even have a bigger effect. It's gonna even have a bigger effect, Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Vader. We're going to talk about Godfrey. We're going to talk about Flacco and some other stuff on other shows and stuff. I'm just letting the content build, Akata male strategies. It's crazy, man. Yeah, MK Ultra talk. Yeah, what's going on, Ghostman King? All right, shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Salute to everybody in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. All right. Hold on. All right. It's Player Talk Radio. You said they projected the idea. Y'all picked it up. Yeah, for sure. You said it's like bug breaking. I believe the homoerotic fantasy more than the real. Yeah, for sure. 1000%. 1000%, bro. You said nobody uses that term. Even modern Nigeria, it's a relic of the 70s. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. But they call everybody that. They call Jamaicans that. They call a lot of people that. And, you know, I got a lot of Nigerian friends, Nigerian DJs and stuff, and people that I know, even here, you know. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. The Nigerians are the Chinese of black people. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. You know? They are motherfucking everywhere. Shout outs to Stream Elements, sharing where you can support the show. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm trying to put up the thumbnail and nothing is going right, y'all. I'm still setting up the show. You know, I'm only one guy, you know, but I'm a tank, you know. I cover a lot of stuff. And we got a lot of pre-records coming out, but I'm having trouble with my crapple machine. You know, so, you know. Talk black to me, y'all. Talk black to me. Talk black to me, y'all. Talk black to me. All right. So look, we got the debate here, and we got some other stuff too that I wanted to touch on. You got the Lil Durk case that already started. That shit is crazy. They're trying to say Lil Durk paid to get OTF Jam Baby Mama hit. Not. I forgot mentioning black women. Not screwed, but I mean taken out. You know. So I mean that kind of would be a big incentive for him to be snitching on Lil Durk. And then you have again OTF Varney snitching, you know, which we already told y'all that was coming. His father damn near confirmed it. But speaking of court cases, you know, I didn't really care about it because dude snitched on himself. An interesting case is this Tupac murder trial. And I saw like the pictures. They got them in full color, you know. Shout outs to my LA cats. Where War Master at? Hold on. You said doesn't negate the fact that they run from their homelands. I understand that, but like I said, look, UFO party Vader, I'm telling y'all, if you're going to argue with people and be somewhat like xenophobic, I'm telling you, don't be original. Don't use Tariq Nasheed talking points. All of these are Tariq Nasheed talking points. You know what I'm saying? Because if you use, look, I'm going to tell you the truth. Somebody that know what they talking about can easily dismantle it, you know, and all they got to do is know the history. If you use Tariq Nasheed's talking points and say, oh, well, they fled and they had to run and stuff like that, they can easily just clap back and say, well, okay, well, why were y'all running from the south to the north? You know what I'm saying? It's too easy. It's too easy. All you got to do is your history. Niggas been fleeing since the beginning of time. You know? It's just funny because a lot of tethers, they fled in their country and then said, hey, let's go to the USA. But going after them as weak targets is just not going to go nowhere. And requiring assimilation is not going to go nowhere. First of all, white people in America actually use up more of black people's resources and civil rights more than anything else. And they're still benefiting off of it till this day. And they have the resources and everything that, you know, where it came from. Another thing, too, is, you know, you don't see the FBA crowd going after Irish people, the other, you don't see them going after white immigrants, you know, and stuff like that. I'm just telling y'all, if y'all are on the internet, it's cool to be entertained by it, but stay out of it. It's gonna backfire. It's not gonna end the way people think it is, you know? You dig? You said emigrate and immigrate are words from English language. So basically people have been running from their homelands since the beginning of time, huh? I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's an easy talking point that can be debunked, you know? And it all comes from Tariq Nasheed, you know? You said it's the same country, not the same. I understand. You said niggas so brain dead, they don't see a great migration currently happen. Man, even in Europe, you know? Even in Europe, yo. But man, look, y'all gotta take a look at this this Tupac case. This shit is crazy. Shout outs to 1090 Jake. We're gonna get into this and then we're gonna get into the debate because the debate is pretty long and it's straight up work, you know. All right, please, if y'all are enjoying the show, please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's get into this real quick. Look, I think the guy name is Mob James. Now, mind you, he's a Blood and Keefe D is a Crip, right? And they're sworn enemies. And both of them are lucky to be alive and survive that era, to even still be alive right now. But let me tell y'all something, man. I'm not telling y'all to go out there and go commit crimes. And I'm not telling y'all to, have enemies all over the damn place. But I'm going to tell y'all something in real time. Your enemy will look out for you more than some of your friends. You ever heard that saying, with friends like you or friends like y'all, or in general, like when people saying friends, with friends like such and such, who needs enemies? That's a real saying. But see, the truth works a little bit different too. Because again, as above, so below. As above, so below, right, y'all? And let me give y'all the game. Even though you could be enemies with somebody, your enemies will still look out for you. Sometimes your enemy will look out for you because they're the one that want to kill you. But his Mob James is hilarious. His enemy was telling him that his lawyer is fucking him over. His lawyer is sending him up the road. And Keefe D's a old crash out. Old dummy, you know, and it's like, you know, look at where they're both at, and it's like, dang, we never got rich off of gang banging. Selling that dope, mixing that coke, shooting that park, using that Glock, gang banging. Keefe D going into the courtroom and he knows that people are going to testify about him. He look in the camera and say, fucking rat. And honestly, what people are saying is the truth, right? The only thing that can really save him is he go up on the stand, testify for himself, and be like, bro, I was lying. That book is full of lies. I'm broke. I didn't shoot at Pac. I didn't supply no gun. I fabricated and made up that whole story to make some goddamn money. Because everybody in the car is dead. Everybody in the car dead. He the only one that's alive that was in that car. And even the younger cats, the YNs, they put the death on a gone person. And the person that shot Pac looks like Biggie, the fat man. What's his name? DeAndre or something like that? I forgot. But the person that shot Pac, the fat man, how could Orlando Anderson shoot Pac? His eye was swollen. Well, all you really got to do, though, is really aim at the door. But I want y'all to check this out real quick. Let's get into it.
Keefe D is in trial for orchestrating the murder of none other than Tupac. And an OG blood named Mob James is testifying in court. But his testimony, it isn't what you think it is. He's actually going off on the people asking him the questions.
This is funny.
We're just going to dive into this.
And listen, if y'all was following us when we were covering the YSL case with YSL Woody, you're going to be in for a treat because shout out, bro. It's just different in LA. It's just different in LA, man. This is how you handle a damn court case. YSL Woody was funny, but this is how you handle it.
Through it and
especially if you were a career criminal.
What we see. Now, this is a video from 2 days ago. Keefe D enters the courtroom on day one of Tupac murder trial 30 years after his killing, accused of orchestrating the hit and providing the weapon. This is none other than Keefe D walking in 30 years after the murder. And I mean, why so late? Well, basically, Keefe D couldn't keep his mouth shut. He went on an interview spree talking about everything that happened because his nephew, who we're gonna break this down with some pictures so y'all can see who I'm talking about. His nephew is Orlando Anderson, and Orlando is alleged to be the shooter in this situation.
All right, so you got Orlando Anderson here. And you know, the gang play by different rules now. You got Keefe D, you got Zip. Let me see. And you got DeAndre Smith. This is the guy that killed Tupac. DeAndre Smith, this fat nigga. And that's crazy because Tupac was probably headed to heaven or wherever he going. Thinking that Biggie killed him. You see a fat ass hand come out the damn window and some shots go off. I wouldn't even blame you. You did? You see a fat ass hand and some shots go off. I don't know what to tell you. And Orlando was on the other side of the car. He was sitting behind Keefe D. You know? All right. Let's get it.
Apparently there was a physical confrontation between him and Tupac. Tupac had been around a bunch of gangsters, and for y'all that don't know, Tupac is originally from New York. He was in like play.
You said Florida is trash as most of the stuff. Oh man. Yeah, shout outs to Jersey. And shout outs to Connecticut.
Or musicals, shit like that. He was like an art kid, you know. He wasn't a gangster. He didn't grow up in the streets, none of that. But he moved.
Now 1090 Jake, he kind of downplaying Tupac. Of course, Tupac was a good kid, but Tupac honestly had an interesting life. He had the good kid, he had the thug life, he had the acting career, he had the, you know, the switch. Tupac went red pilled. Tupac had an interesting life. To say he was just a good kid that grew up on the East Coast is crazy. You know what I'm saying? He had the mother that was on drugs and everything. And then till this day, and I will say, you know, and Tupac is absolutely not FBA. Somebody was arguing about that the other day. Throw that out there. You said, I'd live in the South any day over up north. They just tolerate niggas up there. There's some truth to that. Florida saucy said, hey, yo. Shout outs to And One Play 5. Ain't nothing waiting for you in Fort Myers but plies, all right? But plies, all right? No, but listen, y'all, I will say to this day, Tupac, he represents he's damn near every rapper. He's damn near every rapper that, you know, Tupac, like how he raps, he does the gangster rap, he does he damn near represent almost every rapper that you could think of, damn near. You know? Damn it, I accidentally installed the wrong thing and I have no fucking space. You said, I hate when people say he was a good kid. Like, yeah, and I got to make that correction because, you know, 1090 Jake, he delivering the news, but, he kind of don't know, you know. And the funny part, 1090 Jake from Florida. He in Boston now, but, from Florida. All right. All right. Showing y'all some love on this Saturday. Please support the show. Let's get it. Let's get into it.
To Cali and put on this facade. The facade grew as he realized he could monetize it, right? And then he got around some real gangsters. The head of his security was Mob James, who is an OG blood. He was around Suge Knight, who's around all the Mob Pyru. So he got around some gangsters. Well, allegedly, apparently, however you want to say it, he got into an altercation with Orlando, who's a Crip. The story goes he put hands on Orlando. Orlando came back and killed him. And this is the hit squad right here, with Orlando's uncle, Keefe D, being the one who orchestrated it and supplied the weapon. A few months ago, I realized I was probably overpaying for.
So mind y'all, Keefe D was supposed to get paid, because basically the Bloods was protecting Pac. And when Diddy went out to the West Coast, the Crips will protect him. And then Biggie's tapped in with the Crips also. Honestly, there's a lot more Crips in New York than a lot of people give credit for. But let's go.
Options for auto insurance. It's completely free. It only takes a couple of minutes and you will be able to pick the best plan for you. Now, this is a throwback photo of Keefe D and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's tall as shit. And mind you, he was like 20. I think he was 23 when he got killed, right? 23 or 25, which means he was even younger than that when he killed Tupac. And this would state Keefe D middle and his nephew Orlando Anderson far right. Both were Southside Compton Crips that were in the car that gunned down Tupac. Now this right here is the OG Mob James. And I mean, he looks a bit rough, you know. He's not a rich man by far. He lived the street life 110%. But this was him back in the day, next to none other than Suge Knight. This was Mob James. And again, Suge Knight, Tupac, Mob James. You can see he was a big dude like everybody in Cali. They all looked like bodybuilders over there back in the day. This was in 1996, this picture. And Mob James, this man right here, was the head of security for Pac. And he's going viral because he's getting heated with Keefe D's attorney because of the type of questions that he's asking him. But I'm not gonna.
And let me tell y'all something, man. You can pay for a great attorney, but Keefe, when your enemy is telling you to fire that nigga, he is sending you up the hill. You understand what I'm saying? He is sending you up the hill. When he's telling you to fire that nigga, he is sending you up the hill. And let me tell you something, the lawyers of nowadays, you know what I'm saying? They're younger. You know what I'm saying? So imagine you being an old, street hardened gangster. You lived through some real shit. And you have a young lawyer yelling at you like, man, nigga, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? You had street smarts before he was even learning law. You had street smarts before he was even learning law. You know what I'm saying? So when you have your enemy, when it get to this point and you have your enemy telling you like, bruh, shut your lawyer the fuck up, because he's sending you up the hill. That's crazy. That's crazy. And listen, like I said, your enemy would like to keep you alive so they can get you. I hate to say that. That's a way for you to feel like somebody loves you or care for you. But hey, take it or leave it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Take it or leave it. So think about what I'm finna say, right? You know, it's real street justice sometimes to a certain degree. With the Dirt case, right? You had Tekashi 6ix9ine saying, and mind you, he just got out of prison too, that he won his beef with Lil Durk. King Von said something to Tekashi 6ix9ine. We see how that played out. People are calling Tekashi 6ix9ine a rat, but we see how that played out. Whack 100 still did business with Tekashi, made millions. Nicki Minaj still did a song with Tekashi, made millions. Kodak Black, even though people are saying, well, look, they're both tethers and Tekashi's a tether, so what does that tell you? And it's like, oh God, hang it up. Hang it up. But this is the thing, you know, Tekashi said something real. He said, I won. I'm free. He said, I can go to the 7-Eleven when I want to. I can go hug my mother right now. I said, damn. That's crazy. And now that this Dirt case is starting, you see how reckless people are moving. But it don't take, you know, this case is old, right? It don't take you to go through all of that to realize certain things. And like I said, look at how violent gangs and street justice is, but A man can still come to court 30 years later and say, listen, even though I'm sitting across from my arch enemy in these fucked up circumstances, I don't want to send him to jail. You know, obviously, if he's on the street, yeah, you'll get a better chance to unsubscribe him. But those are powerful. I don't want to send him to jail after all these years. And it's like, you know, as a gangster, you were a crash out. And let's just say you made it through some shit. A lot of shit. Whether you caused it or it was just a symptom of the streets, right? You're going to live long enough to start caring about shit. And you're going to be, you know, ashamed of your past.
I'm gonna play this specific video. And again, here is another throwback photo of Mob James with some other big names.
Right, party,
Rue
a semblance of respect. Tampa said, Cuda, what separate you from the other content creators? I tell the truth. What's good, bro? Good to see you, man. I tell the truth, and I'm authentic. I'm very authentic, and y'all know y'all gonna get some real information. I give y'all mental chewing gum. I show love. And give y'all the game. You know? All I just ask for is, you know, show some love back. Support the show, y'all. And I'll be here forever. Real talk. A lot of y'all are listening to a bunch of new niggas. And guess what? I'm still here. You know? I'm tested. I weathered the storm, you know? And I still got shit to talk about. Ain't that something? You dig? Ghostman Kang says, seemed like they couldn't put Diddy away for life, so now they reopened it too. Well, you know, he was going on a snitching tour, you know. But he should have known this was coming.
Now, as old as Keefe D is, and even though everybody is basically saying, look, he put himself in this position, when a different witness took the stand, this is how Keefe D reacted.
Have a room back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
Fucking rat. That's pretty crazy to be doing, knowing you're on TV, knowing everyone's watching you, and he's...
Yeah, but your mind is warped. You just came out of a fucking cell. And your enemy that's in the free world is literally gesturing and telling you, yo, your lawyer's sending you up the hill in but so many words.
Literally looking out, calling people rat when he's done, I don't even know how many interviews, and he had books all about this shit. He literally tried to make all of his money off of the killing of Pac because his nephew was the trigger man, not him. And 30 years later, they slapped him with the body. But we have a 36-minute video of none other than OG Mob James testifying, and I'm not gonna play the whole 36 minutes, but we're gonna go through it for what it's worth. Staring him down.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Bro came to court with a fitted. He looked like he's still dressed like an OG Pyro.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
James McDonald. JAMES-MCDONALD.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court.
Now, it is important to, you know, point out he didn't voluntarily do this. He was given a court order. If you buck the court order, you get locked up, and then they just bring you to court.
That you had to attend.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Suge bought, and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood 662,
Okay.
MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Right.
And B would be under 2.
Yes.
See, y'all don't know about that. Y'all new generation, y'all don't know about that. I gotta teach
that shit is
y'all.
old.
Okay, I don't know about this either. I typed in 1990 cell phones and then remembered I was born in 94. So the phones that I had were a little bit different. But what he's talking about is, you see how every number has 3 letters. So 662. M-O-B. Now, if you wanted to text M, you would hit it once. If you wanted to text O, you would hit it 3 times. And with Mob Pyru being their hood, they named the club 662, basically letting it be known this is a Mob Pyru club. And not for nothing, I think that Lil Wayne is supposed to be Mob Pyru, or like the most famous one. He's got Mob on his chest, Damu, Pyru, but I don't know. I don't know if anyone ever actually figured that shit out, or if anyone actually cares.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
Yes. I got out of prison in 1988. She came and got me in 1988, like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records, then Death Row Records came. I look at it, you have 3 different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
Okay. And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
I mean, I can tell you the difference between a gang member and a gang banger. A gang member is somebody who is literally just a member. A banger is the one that's going out banging that shit. You know, running down on people, seeing what the fuck they bang. You a hardhead. A member is just a member. A banger is somebody that's really putting on, stepping on shit, you know, putting in work. They're all the way in.
A gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that, if something happened, Suge would have you take care.
He was an enforcer. All right, Suge gangster as hell. He was an enforcer, and mind you too, Suge big ass is an enforcer. That nigga was an enforcer.
And I mean, you know, he may not look like much right now, but you got to give respect where respect is due. Suge Knight was a bad motherfucker. Suge Knight was the one that allegedly held Vanilla Ice off a balcony when they were extorting him. Suge Knight was known for terrifying people.
He was a fairy.
So for Mob James to be the guy that Suge Knight would send at you, that speaks volumes.
Yeah, money over biatches.
Mob
right.
James.
Were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Right.
Okay. And would sometimes that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life, it's going to be violent at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to Death Row.
Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
What's going on, Dusty? Shout outs to everybody in the building. An hour and 15 minutes into the madness. Y'all know it's going to be a fire show. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Dusty in the building. What's going on, Dollar Wash? Look, I got a show too to go over What's his name? Because that shit was funny. What you call it? God damn it. What's his name? Fuck. Ringo TV Raw talking about tethers. That shit is hilarious. All right. So we're going to have some fun shows coming up as always. We're going to have some fun shows coming up as always, man. Y'all hit the like button, show some love, support the show. Please catch us up. Please catch us up. We are behind, but we are here. It's Player Talk Radio. Help the channel stay alive. Get us out the red. Let's get it.
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and...
Now, this is some real shit. Tupac did inherit the beef between Suge Knight and all of them, but guess what? They got into some shit they shouldn't have gotten into, which is record label issues and problems. You had gangsters getting into shit. And I guess if you were close to Suge, you probably somewhat get paid like a rapper. You said I need to call this the swing shift. I probably will. I definitely gonna have to. You know, I do be covering the midday, you dig, into the nighttime. So you dig? I take care of y'all. I got y'all. But this is the thing, man. Guys like him, you know, told the truth. You know, a lot of the guys, you know, and Dusty will tell you too, you know, gangsters and stuff like that, that could have gotten paid like rappers, you know what I'm saying, if they were close to Suge, shouldn't have gotten into this shit. Shouldn't have gotten into this shit with, you know what I'm saying, Suge Knight and oh my goodness. Shout outs to, good Lord, heavy-handed. Shout outs to Party. Lord have mercy. Shout outs to Party dropping the huge. Hold on. Dropping the huge 50 on the goddamn super chat. All right, let's get it. Hold up.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Party. Talk black to me. Yes, sir, man. Man. Coming back. Wreaking havoc. You know? Hold up. We gotta throw that on again. Hold up, man. Hold up. Black reparations. Hold up.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Now I'm trying to find this video. Now I gotta find it now because Party acting a fool. Shout outs to Party on the super chat. You know, YouTube gonna take their 30% out of it, but I appreciate you guys. Hold on. Why can't I fucking find this damn video? Shout outs to oh my goodness. Shout outs to my heavy-handed. Here we go. Hold up. Here we go.
We were the original Indians until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese. We were the original Indians. We were the original Indians until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Egyptians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Arabs until the Turks stole our identity. We were the original Turks until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Moors until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Vikings until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Greeks until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Hebrews until the Khazars stole our identity. We were the original Russians until the serfs stole our identity. We were the original Hawaiians until the Asians, Chinese, Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Assyrians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Minoans until the white Greeks and Romans stole our identity. We were the original Inca until the Asian Peruvians stole our identity. We were the original Aztecs until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original Mayans until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original English until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original Irish until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original UFO aliens until the little green aliens stole our identity. So we got our ass kicked by everyone, and everyone took our identity?
Oh, fuck. What's going on, Shannon B? Now, let me tell you the fucked up part about that skit. And a lot of people are getting mad about it, but a lot of people, it's a joke. It's actually really funny. But like the funny part about it is that there's some truth to it. There's some truth to it. There's some truth to it. I hate to say it, if you do your history, there's some truth to it. Some of those lineages, they were originally black until the identity got stolen, you know? Until the identity got stolen. So, hey, there's some truth to it. All right? All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Party. Oh man, I got some NPC videos I gotta tag you in, bro. I some real shit been coming down my timeline, and it's this guy who used his NPC sample and his NPC live and made it and was like sequencing it and stuff like that, and was mastering stuff in the sample. I said, man, I gotta tag Party in this shit, man. I got you, bro. Hold on. Let's get back into this. All right. So pay attention to this master class of how this old gangster handled this. All right. And he been on podcast 2 talking about killing.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was. Yeah. And we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS shit.
What's going on, Guido?
And that was a situation between record companies.
I mean, listen, UFO. If you add in the albinos, it ain't too far off. All right. They're throwing sex toys on the court in the WNBA. How the hell they get in there with that shit? All right, give me 10 minutes and we're going to get to the debate. I got you guys. Please continue to support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's get it.
So technically it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Cuda, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a record label and every employee on your record label just got out of prison, and this is in the 90s, and all of them are some bad motherfuckers, you can kind of see how this turned into what it turned into. You know what I mean? This wasn't like regular record labels. This was Suge Knight and Diddy, the Diddler. You know what I'm saying? In his prime Diddin' days.
Was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keepy D now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and Yes, we had issues.
One of the most viral things to come out of this whole interaction was when the prosecutors asked him if he was knocked out by Tupac.
Yeah, I didn't even know, man. I said, God damn, I might want one.
Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Dang, look at everybody's face.
Everybody
Beefy D's face is stiff. That nigga face looked like a damn stone. I wonder if everybody behind him laughed or made a gesture. Look, he said, I'd have killed him. Right there in court. Right back where we are. And his face stayed stiff.
And his response.
Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Look, the black dude in the back laughed. Look at the black dude in the back. He actually smiled. Look. Because this is kind of there is a question and punchline thing to being interrogated, you know, in a deposition or in court. But look,
that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Look at the black dude in the back laughing like shit. He smiled. You said, but they low key, they stuff give it some thump. Yeah, and then you know, NPC got quality sounds and stuff like that, so that shit gonna have some thump anyway. But I didn't know you could master like that in the NPC sample. But then again, when you have a machine that's dealing with samples, man. Holy shit. Hoary chit.
Knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me. That's how I was living.
Damn. Savage. There was a rumor that Tupac knocked you out, would have killed him. And he said it before, multiple times.
Niggas say, why did Orlando shoot at him? Man, I'm not finna go back to the hood and a rapper just took off on me. I'm not finna proclaim to be a gangbanger or a gangster or with the business and a rapper just took off on me. To be honest, I'd have did the same motherfucking thing. You is not finna get away with that one, homeboy.
Saying Pac knocked me out. Boy,
Two
let me
old
tell you
crash
something.
outs. This is what happens when YNs get old, y'all.
If Tupac would have touched me, Suge also said him and my brother Buntry laughed at him. If my brother wouldn't have whooped Tupac, knocking me out and sucking Suge in his goddamn mouth, I'd have got up, I'd have Buntry, I'd have Tupac, and I'd have Suge, and I'd have Tupac again.
You would have your own brother?
Yeah. My baby brother.
I forgot about that.
That was an accident, but...
That was an accident, though.
Yeah, but you don't... Hell yeah, Johnny.
Man, that's how serious this shit is. He's saying straight up, you can't even... Somebody touches you and you don't do something, your whole gangster card revoked. You're gonna get DP'd by your own homies, if not put off the hood. And that's basically what he's saying for Orlando, who was a Crip. Like, he got hit by Pac and he couldn't let it slide and he went and killed him. Now, for the first half of this, he's gone back and forth with the prosecutor, who seems pretty chill. But now Mob James is actually gonna get into it with Keefe D's own lawyer.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Was there, can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it gonna be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna, I got ways to word it, but you asking me a question, I don't...
See? Now, this is where he's looking out for Keefe D. Imagine that. You snitch on yourself and your enemy got to look out for you.
And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am. Because I've changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am,
explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the question.
Yeah, you do need niggas like that.
They might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me.
I mean, he's doing some real shit. Aside from the fact that he's testifying, he's telling who I'm assuming is fucking Keefe D's lawyer, you sure you want me to answer how the tension was? Because what I say might hurt him, and I don't want to send him to prison. That's not the point of me being here. I'm just here to explain whatever I need to explain so I can go the fuck home because I was court ordered to be here. But I don't want to send him to prison. I don't want to say these things. I don't want to snitch. It's essentially what he's saying.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crib shoots a Pyru Blood, and then a Pyru Blood shoots a Southside Crib? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, but this is what I'm saying. It's crazy that in a court of law, your enemy is looking out for you, and a lawyer that you're paying for, or if it's court appointed, is sending you up the road, and you're in a high-profile case like this. I mean, believe it or not, yes, it's an old case, y'all, but this is high-profile.
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that, like, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
okay,
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sorted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure.
So it wasn't just that Tupac got killed. Mob Pyru wanted revenge. Cause Suge got hit too. He got grazed in the forehead and all. So it wasn't just a one and done type of thing. Nah, they went to sliding. Slide for Pac.
So you're telling us that people,
right? I mean, it's street justice. They want you on the street so they can get you. You know, it's like the law don't even apply. You know, it's like the law don't even apply. What's going on, New? Good to see you, bro, Dino. Shout outs to everybody here. Please like the show. Please share the show. And most importantly, please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Please support the show. All right. It's Player Talk Radio. Going over this real quick, and we're going to get into the debate. I got y'all. 5 minutes left.
Back home somehow had some type of information
that
said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
Look, he's looking at it. Bro, Keefe D face is cold. Keefe D face is cold. It's like he don't hear his lawyer selling him up the road. And then think about it. I mean, just the type of stuff that go on in the courtroom. Are you really? Are you really facing justice? Are you really facing justice or receiving justice?
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sorted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure.
So it wasn't just that Tupac got killed. Mob Piru wanted revenge because Suge got hit too. He got grazed in the forehead and all.
Right, Chris G.
So it wasn't just a one and done type of thing. Nah, they went to sliding. The slide for Pac.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you. Stop. Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
He's literally telling him to tell his lawyer to shut the fuck up.
The people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me, were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't answer that without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing.
Straight up.
I don't know what
fuck you talk about.
Ain't nobody say objection. Look at this dumbass. Didn't work.
Bitch ass. He tried to act like, no, you're gonna listen to me. I ain't listening to shit.
You said his lawyer is an immigrant. He tried to pull a Jack Nicholson. You can, because he up there with no teeth. You can't handle the tooth. You can't handle the tooth.
Shit, fuck you, beat. I got court ordered to be here. I don't gotta fucking respond. Plead the fifth. Fuck it.
What are you talking about?
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused. Very
focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping.
I don't understand the angle that this lawyer is taking, because the lawyer is basically trying to figure out, how did you find out how Keefe D was involved? Can you name who told you? And it's like, why are you trying to put this together? Because this makes it look even worse that he's going to tell you, yeah, this guy told me it was Keefe D, so we went after them. Why would the lawyer be trying to get this information?
Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here
That's
today.
another thing, man. In a lot of these cases, your lawyer will send you up the road. Some people really did get out of jail by testifying for themselves, but hey.
Right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. That court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And like I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about it. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here.
Straight up.
I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. For everybody that's facing some type of case right now, that's the kind of guy that you want to get called up.
Right, your own enemy.
You know.
And look at how Keefe D came into the court. And he on some gangster shit. He's like, oh, fucking rat. Because quote unquote gangster is testifying on him. Right? But look at how the tables turn. You live long enough that your enemy, quote unquote, actually becomes an ally in a fucked up situation like this.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all in there.
Fucking Mob James just outdid YSL Woody 1000%. Now, as far as the Keefe D trial, I don't think anything Mob James said is gonna hurt him, but it's definitely interesting just hearing all of the history and everything that went on in the back and forth, and seeing how even 30 years later, whatever the fuck you say on the internet still can and will be used against you. But let me know y'all's thoughts and comments in the comment section. It's
So yeah, y'all let me know. You know, shout outs to 1090 Jake. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. You know, this is something that, you know, I'm gonna peep the name party, King Tedda. Oh my God, there was so many inside jokes, man. Shout outs to Party being back in the building, man. Listen, man, y'all let me know if this is something that y'all are interested in, because I've taken personal interest in it now. And you know, I've taken personal interest in it. And you know, I might be talking about it, you know, especially on some of the video game streams. So, you know, and y'all know, like, in the middle of a video game stream, my ass will cut to a damn, you know, Manosphere or you know, whatever stream. All right, y'all hit the Cash App, please support the show. Good riddance. As we all, anybody will put a Tether 304 through the mattress. You dig? Mattress actress, put it through the mattress. You know. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Much love to everybody here and everybody hitting the like button, sharing the show, and supporting the show. Let's get into it. All right, let's get into it. You said them Tedder Queens got huge old ass. Watch out now. And that's what I said. Listen. It's not even the FBA's party. It's the damn content creators I'm really going off on, because this is the thing, right?
See that too.
This is the thing, right? Patrick Bet David is everywhere. This is the thing, right? Niggas will be making all these xenophobic comments, right? But be a whole passport bro. On the O'Shea Duke Jackson side of the game, you know. No, they be having ox legs. They be built like a damn like an ox. Yeah, he grifted to the Manosphere. You know, and the other guy, you know, but like him and Rolo and a lot of the other guys, they used to call Red Pill Cats losers and all this other stuff until they really figured out what it was about, and then now all of a sudden they here, just like any old pick me or whoever, you know. Craziest cat shit. Give me 1 second.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, you know, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind.
Hold on, from what I heard. Hold on, my share is acting, my clicker is acting up. Hold on. Let me reshare. From what I heard, y'all, Turning Point USA actually put up the money. I don't know if they believed in Andrew or they wanted to see a nigga get flamed up. But then again, I don't know. But, you know, Candace's good friend was the late great Charlie Kirk. All right, well, let's go. You know, and rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, because I gotta delete that shit out of my damn memory. Seeing him getting hit with a bullet like that is crazy.
Behind closed doors, there was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is
right, that too, and then he didn't realize that a good portion of his book sales came from the Manosphere. Real rap.
Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk, and Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So of course we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three
Tyler
different people.
Robinson's
Number one is
goofy
anybody
ass is in jail, not denying it. He might be where he would love to be. And this looked like a casual Sunday for Candace. Andrew got to stop staring at the chat.
out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration.
I didn't know. I didn't watch it.
He changed the lives of many people. You guys. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree,
I don't know if Candace is grounding.
To all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence
Candace is sneaky
that
fine.
Tyler Robinson killed.
Candace is sneaky fine. I like the type of Candace. I like the Candace types. You know, they'll have you being a better man, and then they're good women. You can let them kind of drift off and do their own thing, even though they'll get you in some type of trouble. You know, like with the Prince and the Queen of fucking England and shit. But it is kind of satisfying to tell a nigga, not a woman, but a nigga, like, my girl will get on your ass so quick. Right, Candace drinks Red Stripe. She got her tether drink. She drinks a ting, a room temperature ting with her pinky out.
Charlie Kirk. Opening
ginger beer
statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean.
But see, that's the thing though, party. They sleep on them Athena types, man. Don't let the internet fool you and got you in a relationship with a red bone that you got to use a choke chain with. Better get you a Athena. Get up out the game and stop using that damn choke chain. Them red bones will drive you through the wall.
When they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson.
I seen a young
this
like
scintilla
right
of misleading information, it was speculated that
Sweet
Israel killed
Latina's
Charlie
still
Kirk
me,
because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling.
Oh man, party, we're gonna talk about that. And then there's another lady that they're protesting for, and they were saying that that the system failed her and all this other stuff, man. The white women coming out of nowhere for her, man. Shout out to everybody here, man. Putting in this work on a Saturday, giving y'all some good game. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the other.
Andrew got to read off his phone.
You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing.
Keisha.
I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things.
Angry Man had a great point the other day, which is true. He said white man can't say shit. Because white men is the reason why feminism was created. And I've said something similar to that, but I didn't say it the way he said it. I said, damn, that's fucking true. White men are the reason why feminism is a thing. And I've been saying something that I've said when you were here, party, about black ownership. We don't even know if we come into power if we're going to run the quote unquote world or America like a patriarchy. Yet you have white men and black women that fear the same exact thing. A black patriarchy.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Scandalous.
That could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class.
So
she's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie.
They don't play.
And diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not
crazy,
make any
dude.
sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began.
Now, fellas,
you're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because he made...
y'all know, like, and dudes like Candace Owens, because it's like, you know, especially the brothers, because it's like, you know damn well you ain't going to win no damn debate with no damn Candace Owens. And she could be wrong. And, like, women like Candace Owens be wrong about little shit. Like the price of the food and shit, or the fries, or, you know, just little shit. But nigga, this motherfucker used the word diminish.
Bitch!
When have you ever argued with your lady and she used the word diminished? If you are in an argument with a woman and she used the word diminished, run. Motherfucking woman that used the word diminished know what the fuck she talking about, and there's more where that came from. Run.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Run. Yes, go take care of them kids. That ain't yours. You said, the woman anti-patriarchy talk is weird to me because they conveniently don't mention Queen Elizabeth essentially sat at the capstone of the patriarchy. Well, I guess technically what they would call what she's in over there is a monarch, if I'm not mistaken. But the old lady's gone, so I don't know.
Immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk.
I got you, Chris
And
G.
Then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is...
All right, so like Charlie Kirk and Tupac and any other deceased man, dead man can't rebuttal. That's why it's very important that you guys have friends that will tell your story, especially when somebody's trying to put you through some fuck shit. You know, dead man can't tell us the other side of the story. Dead man can't speak unless you got one of them echo box or some shit. Or you want to haunt somebody. Until then, they'll still question if it's you or not.
Not true. It was a part of a
broader... NPC can pick up goddamn death wave signals and shit.
shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well.
For sure, party.
And so, yeah, when
and
all
you know,
of these
America
things happen in immediate
take
aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colvett. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Drewski skit, y'all.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing.
Yeah, so Candace thinks that there was like a trap door, or there was like a ricochet, or a bullet came up from some door or something he was shot under, or I don't know, and she's called herself a conspiracy theorist, but the internet will get to you. She wants to debate his wife. Because mind you, Turning Point USA is something that her and him actually damn near built. And she was there from the beginning too. But hey.
You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will
the bullet was
so
supposed to
at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
And there was a black kid that tried to play with Myron and put down his book bag and act like he was gonna pull out a gun and shoot Myron at one of these talks. That shit was crazy.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, you know, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then...
You know me better. I happen to sometimes play clips, but we don't look up clips. We play the whole thing. And that's what y'all gonna learn when y'all become content creators. You gotta play the whole thing, because guess what? You know, like I said, and shout outs to Tampa for asking that question. You know, even though, you know, he knew my answer, right? I'm willing to play the whole thing just so y'all can get the full story. We gonna have fun, and things ain't gonna be taken out of context. Because 88% of those Charlie Kirk clips are taken out of context. And a lot of those questions came after a buildup.
Starting with...
So do you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique?
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel...
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization.
Oh, but you have the wind and you have bullet drop. And that is a factor when you're using a type of caliber rifle like that. You have the wind and then you have bullet drop. Bullet drop is a real thing. So the bullet does kind of loses its not rigidity, but it drops. But he did get hit by a big ass bullet. Like that nigga got hit by a damn biscuit, you know.
Which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she at the coroner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a ribble doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
You got powder, you got the heat, you got the gas.
You think there could be debris and dust?
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but
condensation.
if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
And then this is the thing. This is the other claim. So we're going to stop right there, right? This is the other claim. They're saying even if Tyler Robinson did it, they're trying to say like a militia, or you know what I'm saying? A militia, or you know what I'm saying? Basically put, you know what I'm saying? Basically put them up to it. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, EB, in the place to be? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Good to see you, brother. Good to see everybody here on this great weekend. EB says, salute, party. Thank you for pointing that out. I cannot stand when people especially say, who that? People, especially, okay, I don't know. Especially say, who that? What do you mean, EB? Good to see you, by the way. All right, let's get it.
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to
that's
explain
the
it.
case,
You're the gunsmith.
well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though? Say it out there.
I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples.
That's what I'm saying. I think like if you're her husband and you, she probably let her husband get away with murder, arguing with her. But if you're her husband, Candace is one of those women that you just don't engage in an argument with her. You just let her have it. And you can still win that way. All I do is just throw conjecture out there, man. She always thinks she right about shit, man, but be dead wrong. She make it sound good. And then leave. Candace Owens is one of those people you gotta throw a grenade and then leave and shit. You don't do what I'm telling you, you're going to lose.
From the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier...
Imagine your woman getting into so much shit. This motherfucker made $300K in your living room. I done bought a house in my living room.
Testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst. I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy,
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told.
You crazy.
And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you can see.
Out of all people, Shaka Nulu. I can't see New going after a Candace Owens. That's like a mismatch, but it can actually work.
That could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the Patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll
sentence?
wait patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun. I
didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
which is that
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy.
No, that's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it. The same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is
now.
a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making
position
stuff up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference?
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
No, I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute.
All right, stop right there. So he's kind of getting her to go back, but he can't pin her down because he's trying to get her to talk about Charlie getting hit with a bullet, and she's saying that he got hit with a projectile, which could be anything. It could be a bullet, it could be shrapnel, it could be ricochet, it could be, a shard or whatever. And he's trying to get her to get her deep into what he's talking about, so then he can come back and say, well, now, after I got you to, kind of double down on some of this stuff, you got to admit that he got hit by a bullet, and you're like, he's trying to make her theory fall apart by having her kind of argue certain points of the theory that he's making, if y'all can get what I'm talking about. So he's kind of playing the long-term game by getting her to say, oh, well, how can fingerprints deteriorate off a bullet and all this other stuff? And it's like, you got heat, you got gases, you got powder. You got debris, you got, you know. And honestly, you don't know how long that bullet been sitting in that gun. IJS. Or in the clip. Because it could be a bullet that been sitting in the clip for the longest time. And it's probably like the third bullet in the clip. And let's say you went out hunting or you practiced the night before or, you know, whatever, you know. Damn straight a bullet can sit in a clip for a long time.
What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
That's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for, he said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car. It was his,
no cell phone, y'all.
it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Dr. K in the bag.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
She tried to pin him.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
That smile.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So
that.
the thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I said
there's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate claim.
That's not what you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right? I feel like that's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some reason you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was close to it.
Yeah, I think that's not right.
And by the way, Twigs himself said that he had some.
On the staircase.
That he had some, maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the or texting.
He didn't tweet it.
texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
the second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out. Because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just...
She's trying to say that he planted the pistol or could have planted the pistol, which a lot of people thought. But technically, Tyler left the pistol in like a wooded area in like a bag or whatever when they start searching the area. And the thing is that he was calling him and reaching out to him to go retrieve the pistol. So Candace is kind of right. Candace is kind of right. But it's still a conspiracy theory.
Ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
I'm
text
just saying to you, like,
okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his...
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
And what are the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the video here, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement?" So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So,
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay, his boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
Getting lit up in some
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question I was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find to be...
this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be. From my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, man.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem.
All right, well, maybe we should take a break, too, because I don't be taking breaks like that. And I'll be burning myself out. Shout outs to everybody here. Candace is up in her living room making $300K. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. We play the whole thing so it's not out of context. All right? But let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
What up, fitness fam? Tired of feeling like a stretched out yoga mat after leg day? Meet Hemp for Fitness, your new best friend in recovery. Whether you're chasing gains in the gym, chasing relaxation after a long day, or chasing that beautiful woman on the treadmill.
What's the matter, Daddy?
That somehow still has enough energy to do cardio for 45 minutes straight.
Damn.
Hemp for Fitness has you covered. CBD gummies, recovery sticks, muscle creams, relaxation capsules, and nighttime tinctures. Even wellness products that might turn date night into an all-star performance.
Bust all in there.
Yeah, they got that too. And guess what? Use coupon code T-210 and get 10% off your order. And if you mention Cuda, you'll score 2 free gifts with your order.
Damn, boy.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
And listen, no mailbox is safe in America because Hemp for Fitness ships nationwide.
To this day.
Including Hawaii.
To this day.
Oh, and keep your eyes peeled. Because if you see LT Man in the chat, that might be your lucky day. Specialized orders, exclusive deals, product recommendation, custom help. If you know, you know. So if you see him in the chat, oh yeah, make sure you hit him up. So don't just stretch, thrive. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com and thank me later.
Thank you.
Let's get it. Let's go.
Raul.
And let's get back to the show.
All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Every little bit helps and keeps us going. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show. If you know, you know. Oh man, Candace, little demon, little treacherous little demon. All right, okay, all right. Hold on, let me check the chat. Oh man, I wish, Chris G. I wish. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu. Shaka Nulu said, I wouldn't take a break with he said I wouldn't take a break with Candace banging the tether out of Candace is cold, man. You know? She the type of woman every guy would damn near, not every guy, but like, you know, the brothers in these spaces will want if they weren't pretending to if they weren't pretending, because you know, guys in these spaces pretend like they get along with women like Candace Owens and traditional women, but in reality, men are modernized themselves. They really don't. Not today, maybe yesteryear, but it's changed.
Business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right? Okay. Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
And you know DPUSA hired in.
Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery. on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
Player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine. And masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not.
I mean, it's a manifesto. You could text the manifesto. Look at YNs. They tell on themselves all the time. Our generation started that shit. If you didn't record it, it didn't happen. Now look.
Smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. Oh, wow. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be I'm just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
leader. How does
this
negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this. Yeah, we don't know that the parents. I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened. You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you. Confronted him about it. Confronted him. Yes. And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true. We can fact check that. Okay. Because we do have evidence that that's true. And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said. Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone. Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that. A thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing. Okay, so we don't have to show it. We never get to the thing that I am disputing. Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages. Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages? It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point. So let's get to the parents fact check. So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's pull it up. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at Robinson's here? Mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry. Can you zoom in a little bit? Is this the charging doc? I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very...
Shout outs to Chris G. Thank you so much for dropping the Q. $3 on the super chat. YouTube gonna take they cut. Shout outs to the $2.10. Shout outs to you. Hold up. I love light, bright tenders. I know that's right. Hold up.
Raul.
All right. I love light, bright tenders. Don't we all? Just don't marry them, because again, like I told y'all, fellas, you're gonna have to bring out the choke chain. All right, that choke chain, that choke no joke chain. All right. Look at Candace. I fucking the camera.
Suck the dick. And it just gradually just transformed into a power suck. And then as she was giving me that fucking power suck, I began to lose my fucking footing. And maybe 2 times I almost fell. I'm not gonna lie, I almost fell. So I had to hold on to the fucking dresser just to keep my fucking knees intact, because it was a lot of spit. It was a lot of hand motion. It was a very well done blowjob. I mean, it was this bitch was destroying my fucking.
Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show. You never know what you're going to get. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, support the show. We are trying to reach our goal today. Let's get it. Let's go.
Appreciate that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question
First
I've
off,
been asking.
the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court, because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery. You're saying that they didn't
receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still still have presented this, yeah?
No.
They could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to? Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing
like lawyers
at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
Hey, hold on.
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem
UFO,
with what
crazy,
I think
man.
in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where's just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary.
Yeah. Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because
your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is problematic, that you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
And we should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying,
oh my God,
I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is
substance.
me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. You're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that
shout outs to everybody here. Enjoying the show. Make sure you guys hit the like button. If you are watching the replay, make sure you please hit the Cash App and please support the show so we can meet our show goal today. And listen, if you guys are reading the comments, make sure y'all subscribe to Shaka Nulu's channel, especially if you have a wrench. You can literally tap his name and it'll say go to channel and literally hit the subscribe button. All right. He is out of line.
States given. I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
You guys aren't picking up on it. Andrew's really supposed to be kind of the mouthpiece of Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk. And I'm gonna tell you, with Candace Owens, you gotta let it go. You gotta be like Elsa off of Frozen and just let the shit go. Cause she not gonna let it go. She like a damn gator. She will double down and death roll.
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
it really
and get into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry,
question for you.
Tyler
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk? That's
a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using.
You know what me and my girl used to watch? We used to watch Chris Hansen and Bait Cars at the same time. If y'all want to laugh, we used to watch Cops, Chris Hansen, and Bait Cars. If y'all really want to laugh, go look at the Bait Cars. The Bait Car videos are funny, especially when they shut the car down.
They're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell were they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital,
this is true, though,
they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
Y'all want y'all friend to fight
basically
like
no case on planet
like
Earth.
that?
You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the
but
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're
know,
asked
like,
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good.
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
Just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. Please help us get toward our goal. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Laying paint where it ain't. Do what other shows don't do. But we are playing the full goddamn thing. So that's, Oh, man. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yes, sir. War Master. Yeah, I was talking about PBD earlier. War Master said, damn, I haven't even been checking on the Rumble side of the game. But shout outs to War Master on the Rumble side of the game. Good to see you, brother. War Master said PBD wants it harder for people to exercise their second rights. Their Second Amendment rights. F that guy. I wonder if anybody tried him, because when I mentioned him, War Master, it was he was kind of like the Rollo Tomasi, guys, you guys are losers or blah, blah, blah. And then they kind of realize they have somewhat of a base in the red pill, sectors or areas. So I wonder, how long would he stay in the space? You know what I'm saying? I wonder how long would he stay in this space? Or if he'll be in this space that long, before, guys that really give a damn about their weapons, because the type of future we going into, you need a gun. I know, man. And the lady I told you she was gonna call me today. I talked to her yesterday, and she said she's still waiting to get an Xbox Series S. For some reason, that is the most elusive. And then what's crazy? When I went there to go get one, they don't even have new ones. They don't even have new ones. I'm distraught. You know, shout outs to War Master. I got so much stuff to run by you and tag you in, man. It's ridiculous. It's goddamn ridiculous, you know? And shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody on the Rumble side of the game and on the YouTube side of the game tuned in. Let's get back to this debate. Please support the show as we are several days behind our goal, but we'll get there. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. It's Player Talk. Give me 1 second.
If I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying.
All right, hold on. War Master said Patrick Bet-David is supposedly a conservative. Being anti-Second Amendment makes me think he's a male version of Tommy Lauren. Also, you think like he's a I wouldn't say a rhino, but I don't know how. What would be a conservative in name only? He's an external turtle. An external turtle.
But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me,
your boy Andrew Wilson got on the look. Hold on, y'all. Your boy Andrew Wilson got on the Birdman lugs. Birdman lugs, baby. Birdman lugs.
I want to make it super painless, right? So
okay,
no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims. And then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a bit.
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit. If you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with it.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. So, direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
The evidence is that I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. We start asking questions like this. It's like I can read between the lines. You're basically asking, why are you not dead yet? Why are you here? Huh? Why are you not dead yet? Huh? War Master said, I wish they would stop talking over each other. Oh, man. It's been a tug of war. Candace been getting them, though. Low blows, too. He said, Candace discusses terms and condition. Not like having terms and conditions like that before having sex. I can't see her letting her guard down, though, with no goddamn sex, though, y'all. Especially when you have a wife like this. That's just like screwing a governor or some shit. You sleeping with a damn governor and shit. YouTube politics is some bullshit. Y'all think she asking the right questions or hitting the the right I mean, she has a reason. Absolutely has a reason. Put your hands here. That right there, sir, is a clitoris. Stroke it now, firmly. Stroke it.
I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues. I know because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and again, I already.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hold on. Let me catch up on the comments. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. If you guys are enjoying this debate. She's oh my God, a military humper? A military what? A military humper? I've never heard of a military humper. A bedroom sergeant, a mattress actress. Like, you gotta undoubtedly have skills to know that she's not faking. Candace is a closet freak. I've dated her type. Yeah, I think I've had a couple of Candaces or women en route to turn into Candaces. I had a lawyer. I had you know what? Looking back, I had a couple of Candaces. You got to be right about other things, though. You got to be right about other things, all right? All right, now give me 1 second because my CPU is about to have the biggest aneurysm. Shout outs to New. Let me see if I can play this. Let me know if y'all can see and hear it. Please put a 1 in the chat. Hold on. Let me get rid of one window first. All right. Please support the show, guys. Let's take a listen to this real quick. And this dude, I think he did the fat JD Vance. Didn't he do the fat JD Vance face? Which was hilarious.
Yes, you'll feel me. I just come to let y'all know, stop. Put some respect on the Birdman. You understand me? When y'all see my name, put some respect on it. Nigga, when my name come up, respect it. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it. No more.
Rollo was there that day too.
So what's the issue? Ain't no issue. If it was an issue, you'll feel me. I just come to let y'all know, stop. Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it. Nigga, when my name come up, respect it. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it.
No more.
Okay. So what's the issue?
I swear to God, y'all niggas should have never got technology.
Ain't no issue. If it was an issue, you'll feel it.
Y'all niggas should have never got your hands on technology.
I just come to let y'all know, stop. Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it. Nigga, when my name come up, respect it. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name.
Yo, what the? Oh my God. There's a fat face. Y'all go look up the fat face version of JD Vance. It's the same guy. They should have never gave y'all niggas technology. I stand firm on that. Oh, there's a Pookie and Ray Ray that hit Candace that y'all never know about. You said she want to spank niggas. She probably is into that shit. Yeah, I gotta say no to Crapple. I had three of my Apple devices were not working at the same time. I said this is a goddamn atrocity. This is an atrocity. Oh man, shout outs to And1 Play 5 dropping the huge.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for getting us closer to our goal. Hold on. I gotta find that. I got an FBA song that I gotta go find in one of these damn files that I absolutely gotta send to myself. Shout outs to And1 Play 5.
We were the original Indians until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Egyptians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Arabs until the Turks stole our identity. We were the original Turks until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Moors until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Vikings until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Greeks until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Hebrews until the Khazars stole our identity. We were the original Russians until the serfs stole our identity. We were the original Hawaiians until the Asians, Chinese, Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Assyrians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Minoans until the white Greeks and Romans stole our identity. We were the original Inca until the Asian Peruvians stole our identity. We were the original Aztecs until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original Mayans until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original English until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original Irish until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original UFO aliens until the little green aliens stole our identity. So we got our ass kicked by everyone, and everyone took our identity?
Oh my God. This shit is making its AI going to hell, man. You say I don't even know who that is, but it is funny. Look, all of these AI, man. All of these are AI. Operator error. Yeah, I gotta give it to you. War Master has been right this whole time. New said, gonna be even worse when you get Windows bullshit, man. I don't even know what a crash on Windows look like. I haven't used a Windows computer in so long. The last Windows computer was an Asus, And I'm looking at one now too. I'm looking at an Xbox and an Asus right now. God bless me. Hopefully nothing comes by and steals my identity. Yeah. Now, it's gonna be a long road for the FBAs following behind Tariq. You know, they're like a science experiment for him. You know, shout outs to the real ones, man. Real talk. Look, I told you UFO is the organic trying to recreate the mechanic. It's the organic trying to recreate the mechanic. Yeah, I'm looking at it. And then when I go look at it, War Master, guess what they put it up against? The $500 MacBook Nano that just came out. With a way more advanced chip than the M1, and I'm like, fuck, I could transfer everything over, but nah, I'm going to be back in the same boat in a couple of months.
I explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying.
So technically, M1 Play 5 got a Tesseract. Hooked up to a damn flux capacitor.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all in there.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Good God. At one Play 5 said, I'm on an M4, 128 gigabyte RAM, flux capacitor HD. God damn. HDD stands for hot dammity damn.
What's the matter, Daddy?
God damn. A couple years ago, they couldn't fit 8 terabyte in a damn garage. And one Play 5 can hook up a couple of crypto miners and still have space. You said we were the original Power Rangers until Super Sentai stole our identity. That's an M5 BMW right there, man. I forgot which guys. There was some billionaires and some millionaires that went back to using the BlackBerry because there is no virus for the BlackBerry, so I've heard. Yeah, they said there's something special about the M1s. That's why I didn't really get rid of this thing yet. But I don't know. Maybe it's the materials. But my screen is Jadunsky. Thank God for this goddamn monitor. You said 1,300 crapple machine versus a $300 mini company. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you're right about that. I will say you're right about that. You know what it is? You know what it is though, War Master? It's like getting a box Chevy and putting the money that you would have put into buying a new car into it. That's like the equivalent. Those cars are way more faster, they're durable, they last longer. Instead of buying the new car, just go get you a Belvedere LS1, swap it. Call it a day. Oh, Candace, I done caught you at an angle, baby. Ooh, Candace, I done caught you at an angle. Last person that saw this type of action is her husband.
To convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis. There were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that.
Same here, New.
Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day.
Right.
We'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't
these
really
apples
necessary.
are starting to sound like BMWs.
The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior. Or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat
like you said,
immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
The team is basically Turning Point USA.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
LMM,
They're referring to
okay.
the clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority.
Man.
How? Why?
Do you know how to use Go High Level?
France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government. But you don't have any
positive evidence of that,
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
involved. That's a claim.
No, I said, here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim.
In this statement, I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you're
allowed
saying,
to think, but you're making a claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree, you're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said...
Yeah,
it's with full confidence.
Yes,
300.
You would think that if you had full
confidence, you have confidence to think when you think.
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
Hang
on, let me finish.
I'm thinking about spinning the block on AWS.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work,
a little bit of
I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel...
I'm not gonna lie, I started to learn Linux, and I actually really liked a little bit of Linux, because you can really, if you learn the commands, you can get it to do almost anything. But then again, it seems like, man, you dive in to do something basic.
In France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's
I
disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing
I'm asking specifically
why you think that when this is all said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. You can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if I'm allowed to say it.
I'm not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clip
that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher up tell you that he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the
He trying to open it up. It's like, nigga, is you trying to get me killed? I see you want me to bring this shit back up so they can find out what I know. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button and support the show. We are $40 away from our goal, trying to play a mean game of catch up with YouTube and keep the channel running. Please support the show. Help us reach our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
French Foreign Legion.
Andrew shaking in his boots. God damn, literally.
Was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office,
I gotta try
you
Linux.
giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody.
information.
But y'all gotta keep in mind, Trump told her, Trump called her and told her, hey, back off. Don't, you're doing too much. Don't probe into that. She didn't want to listen, and then, so.
And yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
I did. That's why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay.
That seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked him
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
Yeah.
What do you
Actually,
think about that?
allegedly, yeah, you're right, format. So let me correct that. Hold on. Allegedly, yeah. A dude that sounds like Trump contacted her. Because even she had to say allegedly sounded like him. All right. Thanks for catching that. I'm a little bit exhausted. I've been live for 4 hours and 23 minutes, man. My brain is putty right now. Right, UFO. Conjecture. Yeah, somebody probably played audio or AI. AI has gotten to the point where, you know, a couple of words, you don't have to say a full paragraph, you know. I got a crazy debate I heard too that happened with Tim Pool. Oh, it's a lot going on, y'all. So much work. I gotta catch up. Let's go.
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source.
probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie?
Who?
No, her relationship. Like, this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Well, then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information, more of the information? Because it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying, like, you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send
especially
the source
because
of the
this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one question.
The executive
and then I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino. And Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were saying the French foreign. That person, as a part of it, was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
So I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me just ask one question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like, when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I
Party says, why they think something of that layer of why they think something of that layer of the onion would be of substance to have a clear picture of what's going on. Well, I mean, look, she is going on a conspiracy theory. I mean, 1 minute she thinks that Tyler is not with it. There was a trap door or he got hit by some type of shrapnel. And then next minute she's like, it could be Tyler. But I know one thing for sure. Andrew can't get her pat down on one thing. having a hard time getting her pat down on one thing.
Say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that. Then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay,
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that
prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
Yeah, they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year, if that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found.
Right, the defamation,
so what the
right.
F
You
is
cut
that
off
performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Whoa.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and debate. So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Candace ain't no
and
pushover.
Erica, when
She's
she's
got no
asked,
clout.
"Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because just it feels weird. I think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that, I'm sure.
In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any evidence of that claim?
Sending you as their horse.
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion. But I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting,
foot going haywire. Yo, he even switched legs. Oh my God. Holy crap. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. His foot is going haywire. Look at his foot, y'all. We're gonna run this back.
For instance, sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training on this. They actually do talk to you.
Actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said.
So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Look at this. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, like perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion. That I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminism.
Oh, you were in the manosphere
I debate against
against feminists
and red.
What the fuck? You was in the manosphere too. You was arguing with hoes too. You were arguing with hoes too. Oh my God. You are arguing with bimbos too. Candace Owens aligns with the manosphere more. It's like what War Master said. I think certain people are like they follow the money. Patrick Bet David, he follows the money and then he just goes Republican. Then when it's back in the Democrats' hands, then he's back on the Democrat side. Oh my God. Speaking of War Master, shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. $20 on the Cash App. Oh my God. Cuda has been Xbox list for all going on 3 years. It's so hard to find a series. I might as well just save it. I just like that the Series S is more tough and durable and didn't have to worry about discs. All right, shout outs to War Master. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all raw footage of this debate of Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, and Candace is Yugi. Let's go.
Draw your final card, Yugi. Cause after that, 3 blue eyes white dragon are gonna mash up your blood clot. It's over. It's not done yet, Kaiba.
Hold on.
Draw your final card, Yugi. Cause after that, 3 blue eyes white dragon are gonna mash up your blood clot. It's over. It's not done yet, Kaiba. Cause me have this. Exodia, the wicked one. What that? Me have all 5 pieces pon the field. Lord God, it's a really Exodia. Yugi, you're not easy. Now who are gonna get mashed up? Exodia, mash up them blood clot! Whoa!
Honestly, this is facts plus tax. This is facts plus tax. And it's the same, is going down the same route with FBA. Is going down the same route with FBA. Because you got to be like, all right, so there's this guy named Tariq, and then there's this lineage. Yeah, him not done yet. It not done yet. She done fried up Andrew Wilson in his boots and everything, man. He just sitting there with them Birdman lugs. Those some big ass boots. Candace probably live in the hills. This woman is not stupid. She's like one of them bitches that know your social security more than you do. How do you know that? Draw your final card, Andrew. Because after that, 3 blue eyes white Candace Owens are gonna mash up your blood clot. You throw one Candace Owens in the room, it's like you threw a damn cobra in the goddamn. One Candace Owens will fuck up the whole room.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually, no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
you just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office 6 days later.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked like...
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And That's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Women don't watch guns go off as much.
Question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air,
my white man
has
better
to
than
move
your
out
white
of the bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar is moving. See the wave here as he's moving back.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's like leaning in the chair. If anything really hits the top or the bottom of your shirt, it's gonna flail. And it hit him in the neck where his collar is. And it's not like she could say, oh, he had a lavalier mic. You know how they put the lavalier mic around your collar? He didn't have one of those. But again, women don't look at guns as much as we do.
Backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
That an explosion generally has smoke.
That's what I'm saying, War Master. And then it's not even like a regular bullet. It's like one of them. It's like one of them tacos. That nigga sent a biscuit at that man.
What's the matter, Daddy?
The bullet coasted into him with bullet drop.
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months.
And for fuck's sake, the War Master rubbing off on me. That wasn't a road mic. That was a Shure SM58. God damn. That was a Shure SM58. He was using the actual handheld mic and not holding a goddamn SM7B. Which the SM58's a handheld version of the SM7B. Fun fact, I'm speaking on the SM58 right now. I'm speaking on an SM58. Same mic. It wasn't a Rode.
Ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Cleanse that clip.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him, because I forgive him, but she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying,
that's pretty fucked up, because like, oh, look, we're getting a message. Who the hell is sending me a... All right, let me stop. That's not funny. Don't laugh at that, because y'all going to hell right along with me.
Oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah,
hit the like
I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering.
Yeah, that's crazy that a bomb maker could
I think...
or fell for that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos, because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you. The next you're thinking about a home, a family, and how to build a future that feels secure. As your world grows, so does your perspective. That shift in mindset is what led me to make life insurance a priority. It's one of those things that's easy to put off, but having it in place gives me peace of mind.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right.
Blowing up bombers is crazy.
We can do final thoughts, I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're just to have
you don't have to play it because like if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is the Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
why
do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just
entire
kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, We have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
explicitly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
We got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you were asked about them. Right?
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet claims. Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes,
she just used tongue-in-cheek.
That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
Well,
your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago. Sorry. They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica, so
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. PBD already knows.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
They all probably made. Well, no, I think Candace got paid the full.
Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
not really? I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
that's what I heard. Down the drain, yo.
Okay, there we go.
Come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay?
I pull up clips
Because
faster
Lance
than
Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
and to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA.
Lance Twiggs'
I've seen this 4
DNA
times,
was
but
not as rated as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
want to
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want
None of
to
them clips hit.
drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
Hey,
Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to.
I
do
don't
closings.
know.
I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since
this girl
your
gotta
basis
be
has been
stopped.
evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following
I don't
evidence.
know if snark
Which
serves you.
one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
I'll
that.
name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being.
No, I can, but it's just that I'm not talking up on the mic. I'm not using the proximity effect, so it kind of sounds like I'm in the background, but I'm really not. I'm right here.
When you're engaging, and you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You're giving me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them to 11:32, but I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded for Russia.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend to know
if you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have, my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just,
nothing there.
I don't
do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No? Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt.
Well, the reason why this came out so good is, respectfully, white dudes aren't used to being challenged this way. You know, a white woman would have been like, okay, you got it, okay, or I'll get him next time type shit. He not used to being challenged this way.
For a debit card, that kind of makes
you how you beat a woman like this. You don't argue with her. And then accuse her of something and then just shut it up. You throw the grenade and run. Like I keep telling y'all this. If you want to win, you gotta throw the grenade and run. Don't throw the grenade and stand there, because she's going to throw it back. And if you try to play hot potato or hot grenade with her, it's not going to work.
That we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you,
no, I'm not
you wanted us, like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there, and the steakhouse itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation? You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial, or the preliminary, live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
That's splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of
That's
the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else?
All right. Shout outs to everybody here. We are $20 away from our goal. Please support the show if you guys are enjoying the show. She is cooking. She is cooking Andrew. But shout outs to Andrew. I mean, shit. This is a quick 300K. That's why she's smiling like that. Shit. Damn.
It would be Candace Owens.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. And a cred was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. Right now, I think there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline. You
will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression, so it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure. Cool. You can keep whatever you want there. Okay. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
no hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police. When your smartphone does it, we call it convenience. At Zero Ghost, they believe that you shouldn't have to for convenience. Created the Ghost Phone, a smartphone built to give you more control over your personal information without giving up the things that you actually need a smartphone to do. The Ghost Phone has been professionally hardened to minimize unnecessary tracking and make your phone substantially more difficult to hack or compromise. And considering what some of you have been searching lately, such as what does it mean to be yanking and banking, maybe your smartphone doesn't need to know quite so much about you. The best part is that you don't have to become a cybersecurity expert to use it. You can.
Great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. Says, Patrick, we got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it was just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to be watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here.
All right. Yeah, it is coming up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me run and grab some water. I'll be back. 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get it. We $20 away from our goal. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. Coming up on 6 hours. Shout outs to everybody here. Man, Candace Owens is something else, man. Every time, you know, I take a break from her periodically. Y'all know Candace is my girl. I take a break from her, but god damn. You know, because sometimes she goes off into the weeds. Like, it's like, all right, Candace, god damn it. You know? But dang, and I like Andrew Wilson. Yeah, it's a very beautiful track. This is on the Player Talk Radio OST. If you guys like it, it'll be out within the week. I just got so much videos that I'm working on, and then I don't got no memory, so I'll be having to delete shit before I can put out something else. Like, I'm always running into blockades and stuff, you know? So I hope you guys really enjoy the content and stuff like that. Mind you, it's just one me. I don't have any payroll or people that, you know. I can't keep them. It's not even I can't keep them. It's just like everything be so up and down. I wouldn't want to drag anybody into my mess, you know. So I appreciate you guys for liking, sharing, and supporting the show. We got some pre-records coming. Some Metal Gear Solid coming too. I wanted to really double up on the Metal Gear Solid, some of the Metal Gear Solid content, because guess what? You know, the Master Collection is coming out. I'm like, damn, you know. And then some other stuff is going down, so you know. But slowly we're catching up. We're catching up. We're still behind a little bit on the support, but we're catching up. You know, I appreciate you guys for rocking with the show and keeping the show alive, you know. There's not much I can really say, man. This is a really good debate, you know. And Andrew was rope-a-doping a little bit, you know, a little rope-a-dope. It didn't help his ass, but you know. I think the person that could probably beat Candace Owens in a debate is somebody nobody ever considered, like Diane Sawyer or a fucking 12-year-old or some shit. Cause other than that, yeah, you gonna need some type of Russian cult or some shit to take her ass out. No way in hell y'all are verbally touching that woman, man. You know? I'm starting to see little bullshit bitches in the space trying to claim her too. It's like, oh no, don't do that. She was a pick-me, remember? She was a pick-me. Yep. She was a pick-me. But now all of a sudden she ain't a pick-me. Hoes are so fake, man. Hoes are so fake. I can't stand for Oh my God. Shout outs to War Matt. You said Mr. Dang Powell. Oh my God. All right, y'all. That's today's show. All right. What we not finna do is spend the end of today's show roasting Cuda over Dang Pals and Xboxes, all right? Shout outs to everybody here. Much love to you guys. Listen, I need y'all to do me a favor. Please support the show on the way out and do me a huge favor. Stay for one more song. It's Player Talk Radio. Love you guys, man.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Slow it down, don't rush away. Everything can wait today. every color starts to bloom. When the rhythm fills the room. Every little second feels brand new. Every little heartbeat pulls me through. Stay for one more song, one more song. Stay where you belong. You belong. Nothing feels as good for this long. Stay for one more song. 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 One more song. Stay for one more song. One more song. Stay where you belong. You belong. And nothing feels as good for this long. Stay for one more song. Stay for one more song. People come and they go. Some people may stay with you though. I am all alone tonight, and I kept on asking myself questions. Conceited I was at times. I never really doubted myself, but tonight got me thinking about it all. If I am the fool or whatnot, I do not regret with my choices. I'm rather proud.